Hey Muzamadi, how's it going? Evening, everybody. Hope everybody had a great Christmas. No, yeah, a little uncomfortably close there. Yeah, honestly, I haven't played Elite in like almost a year. I have no idea what I'm doing outside of just mining right now. It literally took me like 3 hours to get my controls set back up and everything. I mean, I kind of wouldn't be that surprised, Wraith. Hey, Fairy, how's it going, man? Good morning. There we go. That's the showdown. It is indeed live, Atlas. It is indeed. At least for now. Um, Sooner or later, the girlfriend is gonna wake up and she's gonna want to work out, so I'll probably jump off around then. But live for a while at least. Damn, I appreciate it, Atlas. Thanks, man. I mean, I really, you know, the whole selling ship concept stuff, I kind of don't really care about. I feel like that's been a thing for so long. There's really no point in like caring about it. What does piss me off though is when they come up with like totally unnecessary flight ready stuff, like the Cutlass Steel, when there are so many backlog ships that aren't made yet and that they sold years and years and years ago. Like that kind of shit is super frustrating. Or Limpet's working like a dog. Alright, we good? Good. Oh man, I don't know if I want to know what I'm at in World of Warships. I mean, I cut myself off on that too, um, just because like, man, there's so many frustrating things about World of Warships that I couldn't justify. I can't justify even playing that anymore, much less spending money. Which, you know, is one of those things like, at least to Star Citizen's credit, if you're gonna dump your wallet into it, you can gray market and sell back off. Whereas World of Warships, you're just fucked. Yeah, we'll take that. Like, I don't really have any qualms or regrets over what I spent on Star Citizen at all. Like, I don't sit here and go, oh man, I really fucked up. I definitely feel that way about World of Warships. I mean, I would love to collect stuff in World of Warships. There's lots of well, not concepts, ships that have come out that I'm like, oh man, that's cool. And submarines around the corner, I'm like, oh man, that's cool. But at the same time, I'm like, man, the gameplay is just dog shit, and Wargaming refuses to balance it, and every stupid thing has to have some dumb fucking gimmick instead of like focusing on like, hey, let's make core gameplay good. Maybe like, you know, they're just warships and that should be their gimmick, but no, everything's got to have some fucking stupid gimmick. So I don't know, man. I'm done with that shit. I walked away and I'm kind of totally chill with that. Hey Jellyfish, how's it going? Dissonant, how's it going? Yeah, I'm just doing some surface mining. I like doing the core mining in this game a lot, but unfortunately they nerfed it to like all hell, so like it's really not worth it. So I'm just kind of like, well, fuck it. We'll do some money tonight, and then I'll do some core mining maybe tomorrow for like actual fun. Nice, those are close enough. I should be able to limp it both. Dude, Star Atlas is the most confusing shit I've ever fucking seen. So like, you go to their page and everything is about like buying NFTs and connect your wallet, and like you literally like I spent like 15 minutes one time trying to navigate that because like Twitter kept saying like, oh yeah, Star Atlas trailer, blah blah blah, and like I watched the trailer, I'm like, okay, so you're basically promising the same kind of shit that Star Citizen and CIG did. All right, let's go to your web page here and see what we got. And like I swear to God, I probably spent 15-20 minutes just trying to find out like where I could actually see, you know, like in-game screenshots or anything showing actual gameplay besides like their bullshit trailer that's, you know, just a CGI like, hey, here's a trailer of a space game, you know, like something to actually show like what the fucking game is, and there's just nothing. And it's like, okay, so this is for some dude to like get money out of really dumb fucking people. Got it. Like at least CIG is making a fucking game. Star Atlas is actually the thing that like all the people on Star Citizen refunds accuse Star Citizen of being. It's crazy. Like Star Citizen's got its whole fucking laundry list of fucking issues and problems, and CIG is CIG, but like, holy shit, man, Star Atlas is on like another dimension. It's fucking crazy. I mean, like I said, I get it, Duga, like, for sure. Uh, Star Citizen has a lot of issues, and like, it's getting made at like the pace that not even I don't even want to say paint dries, right? Because like I know it's a metaphor, but like it's I feel like even that metaphor is too slow for Star Citizen's development. Like, it's so fucking terrible. Um, but at least they're making a game. Like, I don't see anything out of Star Atlas indicating they're anywhere close to having even, like, the Star Citizen initial fucking money sink type shit. Let me pull out these fucking liners really quick so I can talk normally. I was supposed to get them out like right before Christmas too, and then I would just be on a retainer at night. I was like, oh yeah, and then the holidays happened, and I was like, oh fuck, there's no way I'm getting in there to get this stuff finished before then. But yeah. Ironically, also Star Atlas poached like I think a few people from CIG. I know the chick who made the Mercury Star Runner is working on NFT concept JPEGs for Star Atlas now, which is a fucking shame. Because I love her designs. Her concepts are cool as shit, but really sad to see that she's over there actually scamming people. Let's see if we can hit that from here. Lie, my precious. Yep. Yeah. I can't remember her last name. Sarah something. Sarah Mick something. But yeah, she left CIG and went over to designing JPEGs for those fucking retards. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. If you go to her Twitter now, it's like constantly pimping her like newest, latest NFT concept ship crap all the time, and like she's constantly tagging Star Atlas bullshit, and it's like, look, sweetheart, you can draw and like your concepts are cool as shit. Like, credit where it's due, but you're 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 like basically encouraging people to get conned. Lose a lot of respect for you at that point. I think the most tragic thing about playing Elite Dangerous is every time I play it, I'm like, man, I really miss Star Citizen flight model. Because like it's so hard to look at Elite Dangerous and be like, oh yeah, you know, this ship that I'm like in the cockpit of and controlling all the guns and everything else, this is the size of an Idris. Right? Like, you just don't ever really get that feeling, so it's really hard not to be irritated that I'm so not maneuverable in this game compared to Star Citizen. And I think that's one of the big issues that I have with Elite. Like, even their smallest ships, like the Sidewinder, is still the size of like a freelancer in Star Citizen. And you're like going in there with the expectations that, you know, you're essentially in a fighter, but you're really not when you think of it like comparatively. No, I can't stand like Elite's flight model with like the whole ship in space type crap. Even with the flight assist off, it still feels like super super sluggish compared to Star Citizen. But again, you're comparing completely different sizes. So I mean, it's fair to Elite, I guess, that it does feel sluggish, but it still just doesn't feel like Star Citizen does for like the majority of their ships. Which of course is easy because like the majority of their ships are small. We don't really have anything big that's flight ready. But I hate the whole like, oh yeah, you're good with pitch and you got a little bit of roll, but like yaw is terrible. Like I don't know, man. And it's really hard coming over from Star Citizen to Elite and having to adjust to like how bad Elite dangerous ships are for stopping, and then having like vertical thrust also. Like those all those things feel really sluggish compared to Star Citizen.
Only 11.
Yeah, we'll go with that one first. I think that's my issue. Excuse me. God, I like the worst cough the last 2 days. I think that's my biggest issue with both of them. Is both of them have like these weird restrictions on how fast you can pitch in a certain direction, and they're all like basically artificially imposed restrictions. And it's like, dude, it's space. I don't think space gives a fuck. So it's really frustrating that like they try to force you into this essentially, like you said, airplane model, when it's like, like I'm all for being forced into an airplane model in atmospheres, right? I get that. That's totally fine, but I shouldn't have like these weird gamey restrictions when I'm in space. Like that's the kind of shit that actually bothers me about both games' flight models. Star Citizen used to be a lot more free with it, but then all the like Care Bear casual fucking people who couldn't handle fighting in space were like, oh my god, Star Citizen's just turrets in space. It's just Counter-Strike for Twitch kiddies. And it's like, okay, well, I'm sorry that, like, you know, you want it to be World War II in space. Cool, man. Yeah, that's cool, Ben. Like, I get that, but like the actual restrictions they put on there are not based on any kind of actual Newtonian physics. It's just bullshit. Yeah, we want you to fly like a fucking airplane. It has nothing to do with real physics. Like CIG's entire flight model is just a couple of fucking retards putting in numbers on a fucking tool that they didn't even fucking create. The guy they fired fucking created it. They have no idea what they're doing, and that's why the flight model is so fucking stupid. You know, I get the golds because, like, I don't know what it is. I end up playing around this time of year every fucking year for, like, literally a month or so. And then I'll be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna get the Midnight Blacks next Thanksgiving, and then I never have the will to like actually get on and get them. It's really depressing. One day maybe. Probably not, but one day. I like to tell myself eventually I'll get the Midnight Blacks. You know, Cobra, I'm trying really hard not to like call them names and be a little bit more like I don't know, mature about criticizing them, but man, it's so fucking frustrating and irritating having to like put up with how incompetent CIG acts sometimes that like I just can't even. I'll sit here and like make a New Year's pledge to myself that I'm not gonna be so like verbally abusive to them over shit, and then they just do shit over and over again that just makes me more and more fucking irritated with them. And I'm like, well, fuck it. I mean, I would love to have that faith dissonant. The problem is that like I feel like that's the copium people have been saying since the OG flight model guy got, you know, sent out the door. Like everybody's like, "Oh, don't worry, it's gonna get better. They're gonna finalize it for Squadron 42. It'll be finalized by 2021 because Squadron 42 is coming out." Yeah, and now neither of those things are true. It just gets old, you know. Same thing with this combat bullshit where they fucking break all the fucking guns. They break everything in combat, and fucking what's his name sits there and fucking like smirks and fucking rolls his eyes when Jared's asking him questions on the Friday night streams about like, oh, well, when are you gonna get combat? Like, are these guns ever gonna get better? Or ballistics gonna get improved? Blah blah. And he's like, well, you know, combat refactor. It's like, cool, man. So how long are you gonna leave all of these fucking weapons totally fucking broke with placeholder numbers? You know, well, we're gonna, it'll get fixed. Yeah, sure it will. And I mean, like, I'm sure that eventually they will give guns actual values again. But like, how long? Like, combat is literally one of the only mechanical pillars the game has, and I would say it's the majority of the game is based around ship combat, and you totally fucking broke it, and you're just leaving it broken. Like, why? That wasn't something you wanted to tweak and work on internally? What was the point of sending that to live? Like, you go on and on and on about how like, oh well, it's alpha, so you know we don't need to balance for alpha. Like, fuck, man. It will. It was just fucking underwhelming. Like, literally nothing from what 316 was supposed to be made it into 316, except for the Gravlev rework and, oh god, I feel like there was something else that made it in. But yeah, for the most part, 316 could have just been a hotfix patch to 315 because nothing that was originally supposed to be on the end of the year made it. Even the fucking trip mines didn't make it. I thought they got Gravlev and trip mines when I did the year in review video. Like, I didn't realize those weren't gonna make it either. So it's just like, it's the most empty patch ever. And like, the biggest two things that they did in that patch were nerf the two newest ships. They nerfed the Ares and they nerfed the Redeemer's turrets. So it's like, okay, cool. And then I was kind of like, you know what? I'll just run FedExes and kind of just go back to my normal not caring about combat. And then I saw Astropub doing one of his like captain's tables, and that fucking retard Moist Noodle gets on there, and like the first things he says out of his mouth about the Ares nerf was like,
well, it's not fair for light fighters to get killed in one hit.
okay, you autistic fucking retard. Sure, why not? God, what a fucking dumbass.
Yeah, a light fighter shouldn't get getting hit by a capital killer gun. Oh, jeez. That's not fair. I don't want to die.
Such a fucking autistic retard. Platinum right now. I mean, the patches, or the servers are stable for sure, but like, there's nothing in the patch. There's nothing in the game. Like, fuck, dude. What am I gonna play? What am I doing? You know, like, you get on and you just run FedEx indefinitely. Like, cool. Everybody's like, oh, you can do bounties. And it's like, cool. I can do bounties with like the 3 ships that are actually like not totally fucking broken in the game. Yeah, that's, I guess, fun. Why not? It's just super frustrating, man. Like, there's just nothing to do. Yeah, Moist is an actual fucking idiot. Like, imagine you're like fucking 4 foot nothing and you weigh like 100 pounds and you want to be in the NFL, right? And then one day, all of the NFL stops playing football. All of the pro players quit. Nobody's fucking left playing football. And then, like, the Dallas Cowboys manager comes up to you and is like,
you know what, Moist Noodle? We're going to put you in.
So then, like, there's literally nobody left who's taller or heavier than you. And you suddenly think that you're a pro football player. So now you just run around yapping your cock flap like you're a fucking authoritative figure in football. That's Moist Noodle. That's all these little light fighter fucking kids that are left playing Star Citizen going,
yeah, I know combat. Do you want to take my combat school? I'll train you. So first we mount the auto gimbals, and then we get our desync light fighter out.
like, shut the fuck up. Yes, Wiser, as in that guy. I mean, to be fair, Fairy, I can literally only do one voice, and it's only a mocking voice because I just don't know how else to handle really stupid people. It just naturally starts coming out of me as I try to like parody their thought process, and my brain can't handle it, so it starts shutting down everything. I would have to work on a British voice to properly do a retard voice in English accent. That would be a tough one. I would definitely not have the courage to improv that on stream. But yeah, so when people ask like, oh, well, how come you're not playing Star Citizen right now? That's why. It's just fucking depressing. Like, the end of the year pretty much just got murdered. And like, obviously, I have bias because I'm a huge Crusader fanboy. Like, I care a lot about how ships look. And then, like, I hope CIG has the intelligence to put function onto that. So it's really kind of like a kick in the dick when you're sitting there looking at, like, Origin. They're all fucking garbage. Crusader are now all either absolute fucking garbage or they're better options. And it's just like, fuck, man. Can I have something, please? I mean, there's some cool light fighter pilots out there who genuinely will argue that, like, you know what, maybe you shouldn't be able to kill everything, dude. But they're few, unfortunately. They're very few and far between. I think it's just, you know, that part of the community has been coddled for so fucking long that at any sign of adversity, they have a meltdown and fucking cry to Spectrum. And it doesn't help that, you know, a good few very vocal members of that community are also like in tight with the devs because they helped them out with fucking Bitcoin farming back in the day. So the devs are like, yeah, man, totally, you are an ace fighter pilot. Tell me more. Yeah, I definitely agree. The 600i rework changes that they're proposing all sound really great. I'm nervously optimistic for that. It would be nice to have one functionally sound Origin ship, finally. I mean, the 100 series aren't terrible for a starter, but they're overpriced for a starter. Yeah, we'll do that. I mean, you know, you look at like 90% of all the Twitch streamers and whatever, like the guys who are playing all the fucking time on Star Citizen, and they're all flying light fighters because they've been traditionally dominant and broken for like how fucking long. Either you're leaning in on broken gun metas where like they literally bypass shields or do some other glitched form of being broken, so you know that's what everybody fucking uses. And then light fighters were super agile. They're very small hitboxes, and the servers are constantly fucked, so they're not stable enough to register hits. All of the big guns are fucking nerfed into oblivion because, you know,
You shouldn't get killed in, like, one hit. Ugh. I want all of the advantages and none of the risk.
so yeah, they're all light fighter fucks. No, Wiser, I haven't done any on foot content yet. I dicked around with Odyssey a little bit. My bad. I saw the question. I totally forgot to answer. I'm on the Odyssey client. I did the alpha, screwed around with a little bit. I really fucking hate how FDev did on foot combat. I would much rather play FPS on Star Citizen than this game, honestly. I was kind of hoping that I would have my mind changed when I got on here this morning, I think it was. Because I was like, you know what? It's been how long? Oh shit, I'm getting slapped in the ass. It's been how long since I played the alpha? Obviously, they've improved it by now, right? And started playing it, and I was like, no, this is actually pretty cancer, and I would never actually want to play this voluntarily. Like, the shield stuff is dumb. The engineering suits is even more dumb. The way they did weapon modification is even more dumb than that dumb. And then on top of it, like, you know, I logged in, even though I did the alpha, it had me do the FPS tutorial mission. And you go in there and start doing the tutorial, and they're like, remember, lasers for shields and kinetic for bodies or some shit like that. I'm like, wait, you mean I have to sit here, shoot these motherfuckers with the laser to drop their shield, and then I'm gonna like John Wick out my sidearm to fucking actually kill them? Like, that's so fucking stupid. Oh, the F8's gonna be fucking horrible by the time it comes out, man. It's gonna be the most underwhelming fucking heavy ever. Oh, fuck, I got all the fucking collectors killed, didn't I? Whoops. Heavies are just fucking horrible in Star Citizen. The only one that's really good is the Sentinel. And why is it good? Because it has an EMP, and it has, like, higher turn... what do you call it? It has higher, like, maneuverability than all the other Vanguards. That's literally it. It has nothing to do with its weapons. It has nothing to do with like, oh fuck, they're too far. With the Sentinel actually being good, it's cheesing fucking EMP, and the fact that like it has some redundancy and big shields, and that's it. You take the EMP off of the Sentinel, and it's just another shitty fucking heavy fighter. I was playing a little bit this morning with Mr. V. Just kind of screwing around and going to like those holiday things because he was in the middle of it and he had a fleet carrier, so he sent it out to pick me up. And he had the Scorpion SRV or whatever. That's kind of cool. It's smaller. That's nice. It doesn't seem as like spastic as the Scarab, so that's definitely nice because driving an SRV is pretty cancerous sometimes. Hey Hoppus, pretty good. I'm trying to like reacclimate myself to it. Honestly, I don't remember like anything anymore. It's been so long. I wanted to try out foot combat, but I'm just kind of really unmotivated to do it. Like I don't want to dick with engineering and all that crap, so I'm just sitting here like, okay, well, what do I do? I'm like, well, I probably could go out and earn some credits for a little bit while I decide what I actually want to do in Elite. So I've kind of been just screwing around with mining. Although to be fair, like mining in Elite is like one of the things I actually do enjoy doing in Elite because it's just super chill, you know? Yeah, Elite on foot had so much potential. Like, you didn't have to do anything crazy. Like, ship interiors would have been cool, but wasn't necessary. But instead, they just literally fumbled every aspect of Odyssey, and it's so fucking depressing that FDev is so tone deaf. Like, they just never ever want to like listen to their community and be like, oh man, maybe we should do this instead. Maybe people actually don't like engineering. Maybe that's why people fucking avoid it like the fucking plague in our space game. But you know what? We should slap that onto FPS gameplay too. Fuck it. Oh, the mining is super fun in Elite for sure. Like core mining, there's nothing in Star Citizen that compares. Even just like this surface mining shit is less fucking tedious and stupid than Star Citizen mining. But then you get into like core mining or surface deposit mining in or in Elite Dangerous, and there's nothing for Star Citizen to hold up to it. I am not. I'm still running like my original fitting on the cutter. So somebody mentioned that they had like new Universal Olympic controllers, so I was like, oh, what? Tell me more. But yeah, I haven't fucked with it yet. It'd be great to free up some extra slots for sure. Like I said, I remember nothing. Somebody mentioned it to me earlier today, and I was like, oh, fuck, I should look into that. And I had already forgotten about it, because I had like 50 other things. I was like, oh my god, what do I do for this? Where am I going? Where are all my ships? What the fuck is this new UI? I don't understand anything anymore. Yeah, there's literally nothing about Star Citizen mining that isn't just miserable. Like, oh yeah, I'm gonna sit here and work my fucking mouse scroll wheel up and down. That's mining. I'm a good miner now. And then you get dudes like Salty Mike who are like, oh, it takes so much skill to mine in Star Citizen. It's like, it takes fucking, I don't know, maybe autism, because then you're just repeating a miserable fucking minigame task over and over again, and it's not rewarding. You're doing it for the sake of, like, you have some kind of mental tick where you can't stop doing it, I guess. Like, there's literally just nothing about mining in Star Citizen that is good. I have no idea how, like, people defend that shit. It's crazy. It's even weirder when he, like, tries to dab on fucking elite mining, like Star Citizen is better. I'm like, what the fuck are you... When did you ever play elite mining? I don't even believe you. If you're, like, legitimately straight-faced, not, like, a channel persona character, Salty Mike, whatever, trying to say that Star Citizen mining is better than elite, like, I don't fucking believe you. If you're doing it because, like, that's your channel's angle or whatever, like, you're a Star Citizen streamer, I get it, like, that would make sense, and for sure. But, like, anything beyond that, like, okay. Alright, man. Yeah, we'll do that. It's not every rock, Wiser. At least it wasn't in 315 when I was doing a little bit of mining. In 315 Star Citizen, a lot of asteroids do show up as, like, not scannable. But it's just totally random. Like, you'll come into a patch and you're like, oh yeah, cool. Here's some shit I actually want to mine. And then you'll come into another patch and you're like, oh fuck yeah, I got a whole bunch of fucking rocks here. And you go to scan them and you get nothing. Oh my god. Why do you do this? Why are you like this? Why do you enjoy tormenting me?
Because I love you.
I don't believe you. Yeah. Oh god, what the fuck is Saurus is back? Did he get back, like, tired of trying to be a Tarkov streamer, or? I don't even really care about, like, him as, like, a streamer or a shill for Star Citizen. I just think he's, like, a super creepy, rapey fucking person. So it, like, blows my mind that people watch him when, like, he's basically like a con artist who used to teach classes on how to be a cringy fucking pickup person. Like, oh, God, okay. Oh, yeah. That's the good shit. I have no idea. I mean, I don't really pay a whole lot of attention to him that much. Like, sometimes somebody will bring up something and link whatever in chat, and I'll be like, oh, what is this? So So I don't know like how up to date I am with like the saga of Salty Mike and Star Citizen. I was like, I felt like relieved for him when it seemed like he was playing. God, what's that one fucking game? Man, I can't remember. It's basically like his version of what Farm Sim is for me, right? God, it's not Minecraft, but it's kind of like that, right? When he was playing that a lot, I was like, oh, good for him. And then I heard that like he basically like broke up with his wife essentially to be a big Star Citizen streamer boy, and I'm like, oh God, buddy, all right. Because making it big on Twitch was more important, huh? Yeah, exactly, Atlas. Like he has this delusion that Star Citizen is gonna blow up and be like so huge that he's gonna get like lyric numbers and never need to work again because he's gonna be a top Star Citizen streamer, and it's like, bro, you're fucking crazy. Farm Sim's great, dude. I fucking love that shit. It's super chill. It's like my favorite shit to just go fucking BOCD on. You're gonna get Gabby Petitoed before the fucking New Year's finished. It won't be me, but somebody might. Wink. Fucking bitch ass. Go play your fucking RimWorld. Go get all your fucking people killed. Yeah, you fucking cheater. No integrity. That's why all your piggies died. Yep. Yep. I'm not your fucking babysitter. Your farm babysitter. Yeah, it's just crazy. Like hearing him have this delusion that he's gonna blow up and Star Citizen's gonna be huge and he's perfectly positioned himself. And like I actually caught one of the streams where like I guess he was justifying it, and like I think it was before like his wife or girlfriend, fiance, whatever. I don't know like what they were, but before she left. And he was like sitting there saying how like Star Citizen would blow up and he'd positioned himself perfectly, all this other crap. And I was like, you realize like let's pretend we live in like a fantasy world where Star Citizen actually did get mainstream popular. It never will, but let's pretend that that happens, right? And suddenly there's like, 50,000 people to watch it on Twitch every day. You think they're going to be watching you and not like the huge streamers who will jump onto it because it blew up and got big? You're fucking stupid, dude. You're actually retarded if you think that. So I hope the fuck you didn't actually like ruin your relationship over Star Citizen and thinking you were going to be the next fucking, Tim the Tap Man or whatever of Star Citizen. Like, that's never going to fucking happen. I don't know what he does for a living. And, like, it's none of my business. I don't really care, right? It's just the idea that, like, he thinks that he's going to fucking suddenly be, like, a mainstream name on Twitch when Star Citizen blows up. And that, like, from like what I understood, right, like listening to him talk, and again, like I don't really know his personal life, and like technically it's none of my business, but he was saying like his girl was like complaining because he spends all of his free time like doing Star Citizen shit instead of like spending it with her, and he was justifying it because he's like, oh well, do I listen to her and walk away from Star Citizen? Because if I do, I'll never get it back, right? Like I've positioned myself to be huge and blah 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 blah. Or do I fucking, commit and, make her understand that, like, when Star Citizen goes big, we'll be set. I'll never have to work another day of my life. And it's like, oh my god, dude, come on. Ah, dude, do you know how many people have told me that they invested into Bitcoin and it's worth millions and billions now, but they don't know where their wallet key is, or oh, they can't remember the password. Like, dude, I've heard that from like literally half the people I've ever fucking talked to in my life. It's like, okay, I guess, sure. Everybody's actually a Bitcoin millionaire that I know. It's just, I guess I have some kind of gravity that pulls them all in. I mean, that's the thing, right? Like, if you want to fucking be a Star Citizen shill, you have to overcome Board Gamer, who already has that slot as being like CIG's pet puppet, right? Like, you would have to somehow upseat Board Gamer from CIG. It has nothing to do with like your viewership, but like, Board Gamer is their fucking little pet, right? So you would have to fucking pop him out, and then for people who actually want to hear about Star Citizen and are like positive about it or whatever, you have morphologists. So like, you have two huge people in the game that you would have to completely make irrelevant to absorb their viewership, right? Like, who's gonna do that? It's not Salty Mike, that's for sure. Yeah, exactly. Like, that's the thing. Is like, if you actually believe in the project and you want to like watch content regarding the project, you're gonna watch Morphologist. You're not gonna watch Salty Mike. Like, Morphologist actually makes like quality content. If you want to be like told the CIG fucking talking points, you listen to Board Gamer. Yeah, Morphologist blew up. Like, I don't remember what he started with the first time I saw like his very first architect video, but he was like, I think 15K or something like that. And then all of the like big like I love Star Citizen people found out about him and like just dumpstered the subs on. Like, he literally came out of nowhere and just fucking absorbed so much of the like I believe in the dream community. Salty Mike's been streaming for how many years now? Like, as his basically like side hustle full time job, and he's nowhere near Morph. There have been like a bunch of people who have come into Star Citizen, and their channels have exploded from like shilling the game or like actually genuinely being like super sucked into like the dream like Morph is. And then you have Salty Mike, who's gone through like 3 different name changes in his career as a Star Citizen streamer, and still has not captured even like close to that. But he's over here sitting here saying, "Oh yeah, fuck my relationship. I need to focus on about to blowing up. Mad Clout game is about to deliver." And it's like, dude, ugh. I don't know what reality you're living in, but I could fucking use some of them drugs. Yeah, there seems to be a pretty huge influx of elite people over at SC lately too. No wiser. I really don't want to currently, to the point that I won't respond to specifically what you just asked, because I don't want her to hear it. But oh, you have an earphone off, don't you? You fuck. He asked us if we've done any more renovations to the house. God damn it! Thanks a lot, Wiser. We there's stuff we want to do on the inside of the house still, but a lot of it we're like
we can't really do any of it because we need the garage for the tools and shit, like saws, table saws, all that shit. Um, and we're holding all the old appliances that came with this house to give to our friends. Um, and they were buying a house. The guy who was selling it evidently hadn't paid taxes on the house in fucking like forever, so he owed like 50,000 in back taxes or some shit. So that house fell through, and then they had to find another one. So we've been holding on to like these fucking like full appliances for since we moved in, essentially. Which before wasn't an issue because Heather could park her car outside when it wasn't like winter, so it was easy to to like work on house shit. But now like it's cold and shit, so her car's in the garage, so we don't have the second half of the garage. So we're just kind of like, oh, guess we're not working on anything. Oh man, it'd be a shame if they need to borrow all of our tools. Whatever. I mean, that's the thing, Will. Is like there's so many reasons for why if Star Citizen goes big, it's not gonna be anything for Salty Mike, right? Um, and I would even say like that's kind of not totally true. Also, a lot of people, I would say the vast majority of people watch a channel based off of what they found them for, right? Like you see it all the time. Like look at what the fuck Soros. He's tried leaving Star Citizen. Nobody really follows him. He loses all of his viewership. I can go play Farm Sim right now, and I would have like fucking 3 people watching. If I switch over to Star Citizen and actually stream consistently, like I used to have like almost 100 and something in stream every time I did Star Citizen. And then I just stopped playing because fucking it made me miserable. And then like nobody would fucking watch. I switched over to Destiny, and I would get like maybe 20 people. Like the majority of your viewership is centered around whatever you were discovered on. Yeah, there's huge channels like Lyric or Tim the Tatman or whoever, right? Like those guys can play whatever the fuck they want, and people will watch them regardless. But I think like for the most part, your viewership is tied to where you were found for like normal channels, right? For like small channels. Like you have to be one of those huge channels that can carry over like hundreds of thousands of people when you game switch, enough to like pull in other people who see your channel playing the game that they're interested in. And I don't think there's any Star Citizen streamer that can really do that, because they're all Star Citizen streamers. Like none of them are big personality streamers or whatever. So, like when you get people like, trying to bank their future career on Star Citizen enough to like quit their job and throw away their relationships over it, like that shit seems insane to me, because Star Citizen 1 isn't that game. Like you go on Twitch, like fuck, 316 just dropped, and I think like the other night Star Citizen had 600 people watching totally on Twitch. And it's like, that's not a game you quit your fucking job for, dude. Like usually whenever a quarterly patch drops, that's when like the viewership blows up for Star Citizen. So like 700 people when they're like hyping Jump Town and all this bullshit, and that's all that Star Citizen can pull. Like, bro, come on. I saw clips of it. I can't remember who was he playing with. Morph, right? I didn't watch the whole thing because, like, I just don't care, especially when that patch was so fucking shitty. Honestly, like, every time they have a big stream where they bring in some dude who's, like, huge and for, like, reasons completely unrelated to Star Citizen, I always kind of, like, am annoyed by it because they, like, try to cherry pick that person's experience and be like, oh, yeah, here's this, and, oh, yeah, there's a bug there, yeah, but yeah, it's fucking great, man, blah, 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 and, like, touring them around on all the biggest, most expensive real life money dollar ships, and like I 100% don't doubt that CIG has them on like a prioritized fucking server, shard, whatever. Like, yeah, dude, their experience isn't what like Star Citizen actually is, so like it always irritates the fuck out of me. Back to that one after we clear this one. I mean, that's the thing too, is like you see them fucking like, that's why I don't trust like any of that shit, because you see these big dudes come in and all of a sudden like devs are fucking spawning shit for them, and like there's all this other shit going on that like isn't actually part of Star Citizen, but they're like trying so hard to impress these big streamers, and it's like, dude, I mean, you're literally just highlighting how fucking fake Star Citizen is. Like, when people like me shit talk you for fucking faking everything for the sake of, like, misleading people, you're literally, like, proving the point. And, I mean, they do the same shit for, like, normal Star Citizen streamers, too, right? Like, you know, Morph or Board Gamer or whatever, like when there's a new fucking ship coming out that like none of the players have yet, they magically show up and drive up to these fucking idiots like fucking Moist Noodle and Board Gamer and shit. And then suddenly they're like, yeah, show it off to the pet streamer. So yeah, it's like super hard to ever take any of that kind of shit seriously. I don't know, man. The game might be getting better, but the company is still shady as fuck. That's being like really generous for the record, saying the game is getting better. Like quality of life wise, Star Citizen is getting better, but like feature wise, it's, man, like I legit feel like I'm playing the same game I was in 2019. Which, I mean, like, I don't even know if that's necessarily a bad thing. Like, it's fine to not have that major progress if the game was, like, you know, AI was getting fleshed out and better, and, you know, server performance was what we've been getting without any desync, without missions failing because the server load is getting there. You know, shit like that, right? Like, I would be kind of fine with that. I'd be like, you know, this is whatever. It's progressing slow as fuck. But instead, like, you know, it's just... fuck, man, I don't even know. Yeah, dude, it was so cringe that they fucking added Elon Musk with that fucking ships concept sale. It's like, dude, fucking get out of here. You literally stole the fucking asp and fucking put a fucking truck bed in it, and then you're fucking tweeting Elon Musk like, yeah, guy, you inspired us. Honestly, I don't care if Chris shows his face. I think it's better when he doesn't. I think Chris, Tony Z, Sandy, like, I don't fucking care to hear what any of them say, because like when they say something, it's 90% just bullshit. It's like 90% bullshit, 5% marketing, and like 5% absolute fucking dreamium. Like, I don't need them to fucking make an appearance for that shit, man. I can get copium all I want on Spectrum. At that point, Chris and Tony and Sandy are just redundant. You know, like when fucking I Love Chris 977 on Spectrum throws out a fucking Squadron 42 release speculation date, it's just as authoritative as Chris throwing one out at this point. So like, fuck it. I don't need Chris to waste his time or mine. Hey Riddick, how's it going, man? I mean, I think that's one of the things that I'm really curious to see, like, what... I would love to know what's actually going on there, Slam Dunk, because, you know, they obviously invested in Squadron 42, but they're paying off, or paying out dividends to the investors now based off of Star Citizen sales, right? And maybe that's why they're, like, pimping marketing so hard lately. I don't know. But, yeah, I mean, Squadron 42 is not coming out any fucking time soon, for sure. So, I mean, I guess that makes sense on why they would be paying out to their investors now, even though the game's not out. Yeah, I saw the new Legatus update. I literally can't, like, even if I had stupid throwaway money, I can't imagine buying that pack. It's just so much useless shit in there. There's literally no reason to. If you're spending that kind of money, you can individually buy, like, all of the useful ships in that pack. So then the rest of it is just garbage. Like, okay, cool, I guess. Like, I know a couple people who have those packs, and I mean, more power to them, but like, I just don't understand why. Like, if you want to be big money and flex on Star Citizen, there's like better ways to use your money to do that. I've never understood like any interest in the Legatus pack. But I don't think there's a slice to really show off. Like, what, we could get another tailor-made demo that wouldn't accurately represent the progress of Star Citizen, I guess, if that's what people want. But, you know, like... Oh, hold on. Ah, fuck. Dissonant just beat me to it. I was about to say, you know, like, last time they showed off Squadron 42, it was a year late for going into the closed alpha shit. I don't know if they were going to just have Evocati playing it or whatever. And they were like, oh yeah, it's almost done. You know, it's going to be releasing real soon, you know, with 2021 coming around the corner. And they're like, oh yeah, we're going to have a new weekly show. Or no, it was supposed to be quarterly. A quarterly show showing up off like Squadron 42's development as we finish it up. And that show like immediately got fucking canceled before the first fucking episode. It was like, well, I wonder why that happened. Couldn't be because Squadron 42 is not actually close to being finished. Couldn't be Chris lied. That doesn't happen. Yeah, I think you have to buy that somehow. I don't remember. There's a way to get it now. Still, even though like originally that was like a perk for like spending an certain amount of money during whatever year. I don't remember what the Million Mile High Club originally was tied to, but you can still buy it. I just don't remember what you have to do in order to buy it. Yeah, Will. Yep. I had one of those with my original fucking Connie package. Yeah, the long haired dude who looks like he's permanently stoned. I can never remember his name. The guy who's like super fucking chill, mellow. I miss seeing that dude. He was kind of like tolerable to be, you know, like whenever they were doing interviews and stuff. I have no idea if he is a giant asshole or not, but like every time they had him on, I was like, oh yeah, it's Stoner Bro. No, not Tony Z. No, not him. Younger dude. Tony Z is the fucking LSD tripping crypt keeper of Star Citizen. Yeah. Dissonant knows who I'm talking about. I just don't know his fucking name. I honestly can't remember it. But yeah, he was always the Frankfurt guy. He legit. That's like such a great fucking description of him. Dissonant. Brian Chambers. Yeah, that's it. I think it's Brian Chambers. Hold on. I'm gonna fucking tab out and fucking look it up. Yeah, Brian Chambers. That's who it was. I mean, you know, to his credit, if he made the Connie Phoenix, it's definitely the best luxury ship we have so far. Which is really sad when you have two much more expensive luxury ships. Like you have the 600i with absolutely no fucking windows except for like one looking up into space. And then you have the Phoenix with all these fucking awesome like side windows providing an actual good view. Like if you were actually going to like sit in a ship and be like, yeah, I want to take in the sights, like, oh wow, I can actually see out the windows on this ship versus this other one where I can't see fucking anything. I don't mind the way the 600i looks, honestly. It's probably one of my favorite ships visually. My issue is just like you made a luxury ship with like no fucking windows except for that fucking moonlight. Like, cool. That and like all of its functional flaws. But yeah, in terms of like how the 600i looks, I don't mind it at all. I don't know about butt plug, but I think CIG would have to work really hard to make something look sex toyish to me after the freelancer. Like that, I feel like, you know, you come out the gate with a fucking flying dildo. It's really hard for me to be impressed by anything else. Yeah, the fucking bathroom shit, dude. Like, do we really want to encourage them to waste space on that kind of bullshit? Like, I don't even want that as a fucking gameplay loop. It shouldn't fucking matter. The fact that people are, like, pushing for needing to fucking bathe and needing to fucking take a dump and shit, and it's like, God, fucking really? What is wrong with you fucking people? I mean, to be fair, Atlas, like, 90% of cruises are just empty fucking ocean, but you still pay big premiums to have fucking oceanside balconies, oceanside windows, fucking oceanside suites. Like, there's a reason people don't want to just look at a fucking wall. I wouldn't want to fucking just look at a wall in space either. Especially if you're talking about like a fictional world where Chris says windows are as strong as fucking steel or whatever the fuck the ships are actually made out of. Like, fuck that. Give me a fucking room with like a window view. Like, fuck all that. I wouldn't want to just look at a wall. I mean, something, right? Like, whether it's a fucking video screen or whatever, I wouldn't really give a fuck. But, you know, some way of, like, seeing outside versus just literally nothing. The only windows you really have in the fucking 600i is that skylight over top of the bar. And it's like, oh, cool. So on my luxury touring cruise, the only fucking window I have is one that looks up at the sky or looks out at the stars. And that's it. Alright. It's just fucking terribly designed. Especially when you have the Phoenix there that does it way fucking better. I would say the 892 is pretty decent with having like a lot of windows and being able to like take in the outside, but fuck, dude. Whatever retard did that ship turned the fucking window glare up so how you basically can't see fucking anything. Need to pick a direction to make sure I'm not just rescanning the same asteroids over and over. Yeah, I'm really curious to see what the scope of reworking it is going to actually be. Outside of like, oh yeah, it's getting a medbed, which is great. Like, if it's going to be an explorer, fucking yes, please, medbed. Yeah, I agree, Blaine. Like they should do something. They hand wave enough bullshit in Star Citizen that there's really no excuse to not have some form of like atmosphere in that ship. Starfarer definitely needs a fucking overhaul, but I doubt they're gonna do it. Just because it's such a fucking odd duck ship. Even with refueling, I can't imagine they're gonna actually gut the interior. It should. It should get a complete rework. Like, it needs it. The interior of that ship is so fucking impractical and terribly fucking laid out. I don't even know if they're saying it's coming next year anymore. It seems like they tried to distance expectations from server meshing pretty hard. Starfare was my ship for like a long fucking time, man. I really wanted refueling because of this game, ironically. But yeah, fucking, oh, man, the interior is just so fucking impractically bad. Even like somebody like me who knows where to go for everything, it's still just such a fucking shit interior. Yeah, exactly, Atlas. Like, it's just not a functional interior. If you need to do something quickly in that, you're fucked. There's no way. It's laid out so fucking terribly. Yeah, Hammerhead, that whole fucking center section that they decided needed to be hollow for no reason, that was fucking great. What a fucking rule of cool design move, man. Yeah, unfortunately there's a lot of shit like that in Star Citizen. There's a lot of times where like they show the other concepts that they were considering in Jump Point or whatever, and I'm like, fuck, man, we should have gotten the other one. Yeah, they could have put a ton of stuff in that space instead of it just being garbage. Lots of shit could have gone there for sure. Yeah, I don't actually care about that stuff. Where you at, planet? That way? That way. Slap one on you real quick. And one for you. $19. $7. Okay. Yeah, that's the really frustrating part, Dissonant, is when like we see all the other concepts that were put to Chris for like, hey, what do you think of this? And he picks like the blandest, dumbest looking shit sometimes, and it's like, all right, I guess. I mean, you were the master of space kittens, so I guess you would know if anybody would, right? Shouldn't I have had another limpet on here? Did I lose it? I did. Oh. Oh.
There we go.
I mean, for sure, he's definitely got that mentality of like, I'm still a fucking early '90s rock star of sci-fi innovation, which is unfortunate, and I feel like it's a detriment to Star Citizen that he still has that mentality instead of like leaning on new ideas and new talent and new concepts. Well, it's definitely good if you didn't believe in the original concept because we're definitely not going to get the original pitch for sure. I think we'll eventually get a functional space game, but it's not going to be anything like what they fucking sold us. At least those of us who backed like back in the day. At least if you're a new backer, you can go through like all their fucking more recent shit and have like a little bit more grounded expectations. Like there's still stuff I would say is pretty much bullshit, but it's at least, you know, either there's stuff out there to kind of like ground you in reality a little bit more, or there's, you know, CIG actually walking back, you know, the ridiculous shit. Motherfucker, I keep pushing back. Yeah, an expansive MMO would have been pretty dope to see. I'm kind of sad we're probably not going to get that. Yeah, absolutely dissonant. That's 100% what's going to happen with Star Citizen. Like, I'm definitely not in the camp of like, oh, they're never going to fucking release anything. Like, they for sure will release something. And I think your assumption there is pretty accurate. Like, a lot of community will be like, eh. A lot of people will be infuriated that it was nothing like what they had dreamed up in their heads after all the years of like imagination running wild. And then, you know, you're going to get the diehards who will literally tooth and nail to the death every single social media platform, news outlet, whatever. They'll be in there posting about how everybody else is wrong for not liking whatever it is that Chris releases. So yeah, I think that's probably pretty fucking accurate. Yeah, there's definitely a cult with Star Citizen for sure. I would say there's a, unfortunately, kind of a parody of that cult in the hater spectrum also, which is really depressing that that's a thing. But yeah, there's definitely a cult of believers. I think that's like Angry Joe as a backer is probably one of the most frustrating parts, is because like it is his genre and he did back early, but like because his channel's so big and like spans every fucking game in the world essentially, like he just doesn't dedicate the time to it. Like that dude fucking criticizing CIG and criticizing the progress and the shitty state of the game would do more than I could spend my entire life trying to do, right? So it's really fucking depressing that he just kind of doesn't give a fuck. Well, I don't know if it's that he doesn't give a fuck, but that he just has other shit that is 1,000 times more relevant to him than Star Citizen. Oh, Atlas, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about Execute's Fix My Fleet shit with the info runners. I think there's definitely going to be a big chunk of whales who are going to be angry when the game finally comes out, and maybe that's why Chris never wants to release anything, because as soon as he releases it, it's out there and being judged as something that's released. Whereas, currently Squadron 42 we don't even get to fucking look at. Star Citizen, he has a whole army of people defending him and everything he does because it's alpha. I bet that dude like literally lays in bed terrified of the word released, because he knows as soon as it happens, like there's no more fucking having his army of Spectrum warriors sitting there going,
Alpha, you can't judge it. Don't be critical. Subject to change.
even though you absolutely should be critical and absolutely criticize any project in an alpha, because that's when it's most fucking imperative. But for whatever reason, Star Citizen backers, the ones who understand game development so much more than any of the critics, don't seem to grasp. It's kind of like one of those weird ironies of the project, I suppose. Oh, fuck yeah, 47 on a high. I mean, I'm definitely not like advocating for bad things to happen to Chris physically or personally or anything like that. But yeah, I think for sure he's gonna get a real big wake up call when Star Citizen does release, and suddenly you have all these people who have like literally put house value into Star Citizen, and it's not what they were allowed to dream it was going to be. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Is they were either encouraged or allowed to like have these misconceptions and wild speculations and dreams of what Star Citizen will be, because Chris is so fucking careful not to correct them. He's so fucking careful not to be like, oh yeah, no, you're not gonna be able to fucking have an actual fleet flying around with you all your own, Mr. Super Whale. No, that'd be broken and stupid. Like he allows them to have all of these fantasies of what Star Citizen will be, and I think that's one of the biggest reasons why, like, whenever the game does come out, he's gonna really fucking have some angry fucking people. Yeah, absolutely, Atlas. That's kind of one of the most frustrating things about people who use the alpha defense for Star Citizen. Like, it's a fucking decade in, man. And like they absolutely market it as a fucking functional product now. Their legal team will argue that it's early access and already like I don't remember how they worded it in that one court case where what's his name, Firefly sued them or whatever. But yeah, I mean they absolutely do not treat it like an alpha, but they use the word to like give credibility to their little white knights who are like fixated on the fact that like Star Citizen can't possibly be bad because it's alpha. Yeah, I think that's one of the reasons that I kind of like enjoyed not making content around Star Citizen for so long, Dissonant, is that like you can at least you can exist in the middle, right? But like they treat it like you can't. Like the community treat it like you have to pick a side. You have to either be a fucking devout believer or you have to be a full-on refundian, it's a scam, never getting made, there is no game believer, right? And it's like so frustrating because like I feel like the most sane approach is to be in the middle of those two. Like, yeah, I want a game and I hope it's good, but it's not getting made nearly at the progress it should have been by now. I think they lie to us all the fucking time. They mislead us for sure. The marketing is super predatory. Um, like all these things. But like, yeah, it is getting made. It's getting made terribly slow. There are good things about Star Citizen, but they're far and few between. Um, like it's not all terrible and it's not all great. It's definitely somewhere in the middle. But unfortunately, like, you can't have that fucking opinion on any of the platforms of Star Citizen, right? Like, you go to the main subreddit, if you're gonna criticize something with Star Citizen, first you have to, like, lay out your fucking credentials. You have to be like, yeah, I backed back in fucking 2011, and I spent fucking $50,000 on the dream. Excuse me, I didn't spend. I pledged $50,000 on the dream, and I named my firstborn daughter Sandy, and I definitely love the game, but this one bug doesn't work right. Otherwise, you're fucking crucified. Like, holy fuck, man. I've never seen any other game like it. I think there are a lot of people in that category, Atlas, personally, but I think all of the platforms of discussion are more or less controlled by people who feel one side or the other. So like I don't I don't know if I want to say they like culture those platforms to embrace that viewpoint or what, but it definitely feels like you can't have that perspective in Star Citizen's like social circles. It feels like you have to pick a side. And it's super fucking frustrating. Because I get tired of the fucking like endless believers who just have no timelines for CIG. Nothing ever can fucking possibly stop the dream. It can go on forever and ever. It doesn't ever need a release. And then you have like the other side of that where they're like, oh, fucking 90 days tops, fucking blah blah blah. It's like, can I just think that like, hey, there's potential here still. It's being squandered, but there's still potential here. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about that. Like, I would consider myself pretty OG backer, and like I get fucking furious over like how they do treat it like it's a fucking released game. Like, if you're gonna go on and on about it being alpha, and you're gonna go on and on about how like you're immune to all this stuff because alpha, everything's subject to change. Oh, did your Ares turn out to be a useless pile of shit? Well, it's okay, just melt it and fucking buy something with store credit. Like, if you're gonna do all that kind of shit, one, every single fucking item on the store should have lifetime insurance until you're at least like out of alpha and into beta, right? Um, I think fucking store credit, devaluing it artificially so that you can fucking try to force people to spend new money is bullshit. If your fucking disclaimer is gonna be, oh hey, if your concept you backed fucking 4 years ago ends up being shit, don't worry about it. You can melt and buy something new with store credit. Then you shouldn't be devaluing my fucking store credit. Like, I feel like infuriated that people are treated like shit when you're gonna sit here and tell me that like, oh, every ship is really just a pledge for the project. You're not buying anything. You're just pledging for the project and all. Then fucking act like it. If we're not customers and we're supporters, then fucking act like it. Because you sure as fuck don't. Oh god. I don't know if he'd oh, I wouldn't want to be him. I'll say that much at least, slam dunk. If he did that, I would not want to be him. Yeah, for sure, Riddick. Like, there's obviously plenty of bad things to say about that kind of shit, right? Like, their timelines, being able to actually deliver on them. Like, originally it was, oh well, we're switching to staggered development because it'll be better, and then our roadmaps will be more accurate and we'll have a better scope of stuff, and that didn't fucking pan out. Goddamn platinum, fucking reading the goddamn game. Progress is still just as fucking slow as it was before 3.0. It's just that we get it fucking drip fed to us now instead of waiting all year for one patch, and it's fucking underwhelming. It just is what it is, man. I don't know. Honestly, I don't think I care about space games enough to give a fuck anymore like I used to. Like back in the day, oh man, I cared so much about like what happened with Star Citizen, and now I'm like, well, if it's good, it's great. If it's not, then I'll play some other fucking game. Like, I'm obviously still like, I would say like hopeful in the project and like obviously invested. Like, fuck man, I've been around this fucking goddamn dream for fucking how many years now. I mean, fuck, I backed, let me think here. Oh no, I was about to say I backed it before one of my fucking kids was even born, but I think he was born like fucking 6 months before I bought my first package. So like, obviously I've been fucking invested in this shit for a long fucking time. So obviously, like, on some level, like, I do want the game to like come out and be good and not fucking suck, because I feel like I've been waiting to see what it ends up being for so fucking long. But yeah, I don't care enough anymore to sit around and like worry about it and to fucking argue with people over it. Like, if dudes like Board Gamer want to sit there and be like, that's the best fucking game ever, I haven't seen anything that's amazing since I left the fucking Shire, then sure thing, buddy. Whatever gets you to fucking Mordor. Over here. Yeah, we can totally hit that, right? Hey, don't worry, Riddick. We'll both get our custom servers, right? Our player-owned servers that were totally promised in the Kickstarter that are definitely going to happen, right? Yeah, the Glassdoor stuff's kind of frustrating, right? Because I'm sure there's some genuine, honest fucking reviews of CIG as a company on there, but like, you just never know. I like Paul as a person, but man, his fucking dreamium levels are just so fucking high. Like, I get along with Paul, and like, I can chill with him, no problem, but he's just so fucking, like, full faith, 100% believer in the dream that, like, it's so fucking hard to handle him. Like, I'll try to hang out in his stream sometimes, and he'll get into it, and I'm like, ugh, God, I can't, man. You do you, live and let live or whatever, but fuck, dude. I just can't with this shit. Like, I don't remember. Fuck, man. I got, like, really tilted, but, I mean, granted, I was, like, drunk when I was watching his stream. And he was, like, fielding questions from his chat, and he said something about, like, Squadron 42 and timelines, because I think it was during one of his lore videos, right? And obviously, you gotta believe in the dream if you're gonna believe in the lore for a game that's not even fucking remotely done, much less the supporting MMO universe. And somebody asked something about Squadron 42 development, and I kind of like made a sarcastic, snidey comment in his chat about it. He was like, "Oh, you don't think it's coming or some shit?" And I was like, "Dude, come on, man! Like, that shit's so fucking far off." And like every time he says it's fucking coming, it's a fucking lie. He's like, "Oh, well, it's not like he's lying about it. You know, he's just over promising it or some shit like that." And I was like, dude, he has said, like, there's YouTube videos, I think probably still on Star Citizen's actual channel, if not on his, absolutely on other channels, of him literally saying the game is done. And literally saying, yeah, we're wrapping up. And that shit's back in fucking 2015, 2016, like fucking 8 years ago, him saying it was done. He's absolutely lied. And, like, the fact that Paul just cannot either admit that or like doesn't believe it is just insane. Yeah, absolutely, Atlas. Like, I get along with him as like a person for sure. And like as long as we don't start talking about like the development or, you know, like hot topic issues in Star Citizen, me and Paul get along great. But as soon as it starts going into like CIG as a company or like the state of the development and shit like that, then I just kind of step out because I don't want to say shitty things about him.
Prospector limpet engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
I mean, I think that's the thing that like bothers me about people like Astropub Dissonant is that like I don't understand why people like Astropub or Morph or whoever, right? Like these guys who really full on believe in the project. Why you can't hope that Star Citizen is good and can't hope that, you know, we get, you know, as much of what we were promised as possible and also admit that Chris is a fucking liar. Like, I don't get it. Like, are you afraid that if you acknowledge that, the game is going to literally fall apart around you? Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. So, you know, you have all these people who love the dream, believe in the dream, but they refuse to acknowledge, like, any of the bad things about it, which means that CIG and Chris are never held accountable for any of those things. They're allowed to just keep evolving into a worse and worse parody of Electronic Arts. Like, all the things that CIG promised they weren't going to be, all the things that these, you know, devoted backers hate about the gaming industry, and CIG is absolutely those things now. I can't think of any behaviors that, you know, EA or BioWare or Bungie or Activision does that CIG doesn't do at this point. So it's so weird to me. Like, why can't you separate hoping Star Citizen turns into a good game with acknowledging the faults in the company making it? I don't know, it's so weird to me. I feel like that's probably what it is, Dissonant. I just don't want to say it because I feel like it's shitty to be like, you're just pandering, right? Like, for real though, you're just, your channel means more to you than being able to acknowledge the truth publicly. I feel like that's probably what it is, but I just don't want to fucking, like, outright accuse them of that. Because, like I said, like, I like Morph as, like, a person. I like Astropub. Even board, or not board gamer, even Noobifier. Like, once I understood, like, where he was coming from, I didn't agree with it, and, like, it's not what I would do, but, like, okay, I get it. And I feel like he has done a lot in terms of, like, evolving to be more critical and, like, holding CIG accountable from what I've seen. So, like, I have way more respect for Noobifier than I used to. I don't think he thinks of me as a friend or anything like that, and we probably wouldn't hang out in Discord or in Star Citizen, but I feel like I can see where he's coming from, and, like, I can kind of respect him more. Oh, dude, Mythic Quest was, like, the only thing keeping me subscribed to Apple TV or whatever for a long time. As soon as I finished, like, all of Mythic Quest, like, binge watching it, and I think I rewatched it with my girlfriend. I was like, okay, bye-bye, Apple. That's the tone I kind of got from it, Riddick, like, of some of the videos I've seen of Noob. But I haven't, like, watched a whole lot, so, like, I don't want to say for sure he's kind of, like, had a reawakening, but it kind of seemed that way. Which I hope is the case, right? Because, like, he is big enough to make difference, or to make change in the project. I mean, there's absolutely going to be people who were viewers of his, and they'll turn on him and be like, ah, fuck you, blah, 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 blah. And suddenly, like, have all these things that make him an unqualified Star Citizen content creator, even though they watched him for fucking years and years and it was all great. But suddenly he's not, like, just shoving copium down their throats. So now he's a fucking liar or whatever, right? Like, there will absolutely be those people, but, you know, if he can get even, like, a quarter of his viewers to go, wait, what? And then get them talking about issues, then yeah, it makes a difference. Yeah, Mythic Quest was fucking amazing. I keep meaning to look and see if they've done a new season of it yet. It was such a good show. Motherfucker, am I sitting on top of a... No, I think we're good. I'm really fucking good at parking right on top of another asteroid, so when the limpets go to try to deliver to the cargo hold, they just suicide over and over again into a rock, and I'll go through like 12 limpet drones before I'm like, oh, duh. I don't know, why don't asteroids break apart in Star Citizen? Oh, right, because fucking minimum effort across the board. Just call it tier 0 and know that, like, the majority of your active community will fucking defend it to the death, so you don't need to do better. Yeah, Space Cutlet's like a big old pirate dude, right? I think I've seen a couple streams of his, usually when Craiglin would end his shit, and he'd usually raid Space Cutlet. But I haven't, like, watched him, so I'm not, like, super familiar with him as, like, a person or anything like that. Next rock. Yeah, the camera roll fiasco was so fucking stupid. It's man, it's so crazy to watch how camera went from being like so universally beloved as like a hardcore tester, because the dude just fucking no lifes the fuck out of like every possible issue and mechanic in the game, and used to be just like beloved by the community, and now that he's like holding CIG accountable on things, suddenly he's like a pariah. It's legit like Scientology, like, oh, you gotta fucking disconnect and disown him. The cult has spoken. We don't want him around anymore. It's fucking crazy, man.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospector input failed.
We're doing this one. If I can find where the limpet went. There it is.
Huh. The other thing I like about fucking Elite, at least for targeting, is I don't have to actually fucking like turn my ship to use target what you're looking at. Like, you can actually just look at it and fucking target it. I don't know why Star Citizen can't figure that out. Like, they have target under reticle and that's it. It's like, cool, man. You're really you're not helping to sell that Tobii eye tracker that you fucking plug so fucking hard. So you're rotating like this. Yes? Yeah, okay. No, I agree, Atlas. I think the hex codes thing was never gonna fucking happen in the first place. Ideally, best case scenario, we saw some kind of combination of the two, or not combination, but like hybrid of it. Like, they sell you a skin and then you can pick colors for it, right? So it's more like selling a design for a ship than an actual paint job or whatever. But yeah, I mean, unless they literally do an MMO sub, which they could try, but I don't think it would be successful. They have to get their money from somewhere. I would much rather have them selling cosmetics than, you know, selling ships and weapons and shit like that. Yeah, I mean, like, I've tried to highlight the UI usability in Elite like multiple times throughout the years. Like, even, you know, we were just talking about it. I don't remember if it was when I was streaming last or if it was one of the Discord plays. But I mean, like, we were coming up to some station and trying to dock in Star Citizen. You know, you're sitting there fucking with the call menu and pulling that up and then having to call the station and wait to get the thing or whatever. And it's like, God, this is like, even using inner thought on one of the heads up displays, if you have it on comms and you can actually like see it and you don't have to enable mouse look to go fucking down and find it. Like, it's still such a fucking pain in the ass to just select a station and call, much less like all the other actual like useful information that you need to see when you're flying and fighting and everything. But like, just docking, you know, like, you literally hit one button, another button, and then you would select the station and hit another button to fucking request, and it's done. Like, you can do it so quickly that like, it's literally the span of like, I don't even think it takes me 2 seconds to request docking. Where in Star Citizen, it's like, hold down F, fucking try to click the right thing, or I have to open the Mobi-Glass, wait for the Mobi-Glass to load, click friends, then click this, and it's like, God, it's so fucking irritating. Yeah, Daisy, trust me, dude. It's so fucking irritating. Like hearing people be like, "Oh, well, it's not. How is it fair that a light fighter can get one shot?" Don't fucking be an idiot. How about that? How is it fair that a prospector can't fight off a griefer and an arrow? What do you tell them? Don't be a fucking idiot, right? I guess that only applies to people you're talking to, right? Not to you personally, Mr. Light Fighter guy. So fucking dumb.
Prospector input failed. Prospector input engaged.
I mean, I don't really even mind them needing to like refine or fine tune the docking process in Elite. Like it's so fucking quick that like it's literally seconds. Where in Star Citizen it's fucking deal with the shitty inner thought context crap, which is fucking terrible because constantly you sit there and like have to hover over shit, and you know we'll get patches where the inner thought menu is overlapping multiple fucking interactables, so it's a pain in the ass to fucking click what you actually want to click, or using the Moby Glass is just fucking cancer, or it takes forever to fucking open up. um like it's just so cumbersome compared to Elite, where it's literally like 1 2 3 and I'm done. Let's see where you at. It's close enough. I mean, like, the thing that's, like, crazy, too, is, like, the velocity on cannons is already fucking terrible. The velocity on those specific guns, the Ares, Inferno, and Ion, is even more fucking terrible. Like, why even have cannons in the fucking game, then, at this point? And yet people still fucking manage to get killed by it all the fucking time. Like, hey, man, maybe you're just not as good as you thought you were. I know that's a pill you can't swallow, so head on over to Spectrum and tell everybody how fucking broken the fucking Ares is. I mean, I would agree, Atlas. Like, you should be able to, like, if it's targeted, press one button to ask for docking, for sure. That would definitely be a huge quality of life feature. God damn it. Fucking. Every time I go to fucking turn on free look because I haven't rebounded to a key, I accidentally push back on the mouse wheel and then end up fucking slowly crawling backwards or forwards. And then I don't notice it until I'm bumping a fucking another rock. Yeah, it's just fucking insane when you have fucking repeaters that are going like 1,400 meters a second, and then you have the ion going, what, 700?
Collector input expired.
Yeah, 700. Fucking insane, dude. So shitty. I mean, it might be my biased like rose tinted glasses, but like I don't ever remember grab bikes being this cancerous when they actually flew. I feel like when they got rid of that and like tried to make them literally just be little hover bikes, that's when it all fell apart. But again, it might be just my bad memory. I don't think we like. I don't remember using them a fuck ton back then, so I definitely don't have any videos of it. So I'm just trying to think of like all the times we screwed around on like the Nox and shit way back in the day when they flew. And like I don't ever remember hating them. Like they were fucking kind of crazy to control. But I don't remember being like, "Oh, this is fucking terrible." We just never use them cuz like what the fuck are you going to do with a fucking motorcycle in Star Citizen? Especially back in like 3.2, right? Like there was just fucking no reason to even have one. Yeah, Wiser. They were fucking fun, dude. When they could fly, it was fucking fun to fuck around on them a little bit. Now it's like, okay, well, I don't even have one anymore. Like I melted them all. Like fuck it. Yeah, dissonant. Fuck, dude. I don't even remember the guy's name. Fuck, but yeah, it was fucking funny. I like to think that he saw our little fucking shuttle watching, and he got overconfident trying to show off. He was like, "Oh yeah, guy, watch me!" Zoom, 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 and then splattered against that fucking pillar. I'm really curious to see what happens with the X1. If this new fucking hover bike that they fucking pitched for over Christmas comes out before the X1, I really hope people fucking riot. But I feel like the X1 wasn't popular enough, so people are just gonna be like,
Yeah, new one.
and not give a fuck for the X1. Like, goddammit, I want my Origin hover bike. If I'm gonna fucking ever use a hover bike, I want it to fucking be the Origin one. But evidently CIG can't figure that one out. It's too hard to make, man. They've made like 50 fucking flight ready concepts, but they don't have anybody able to make a fucking motorcycle in fucking 3 years. Sorry. It's probably been 4. Fuck. Yeah, unfortunately, Riddick, that's probably what we'll see, right? Is some bullshit fucking thing like what they did at the Oh god, what was that? The homestead demo or whatever, where they'll force you to land for some bullshit arbitrary reason. And then they'll be like, "Oh, but don't worry, your hover bike works. Your ship doesn't, but this fucking hover bike works. Go ahead and hop on your fucking little floaty moped and head on over to your objective." Yeah, I have no idea, Atlas. That's crazy to me that they released it. They bothered making the 400i, releasing it with a fucking bespoke X1 bay, and they couldn't be bothered to make the X1. Like, holy fuck, guys, really? You know, like the sad thing too, Daisy, is that like back in the day, like getting concierge was actually kind of like nice because you had like really quick ticket turnaround times. The fucking concierge reps would basically bend over backwards to fucking like make you happy and to like hook you up with shit. And now there's just so many people who are concierge because the project's been going on forever that like every other motherfucker is past the 1,000 limit at this point. So being concierge means nothing anymore.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, what I really need to do is like get another concierge member who's like similar rank and have them put in a ticket, and then I copy basically the same ticket and put it in just to see what the turnaround time is. Because sometimes I wonder if like concierge is actually as fucking horrible as it seems like it is, or if it's just because it's me. Because I wouldn't be surprised at all if it was just they have my account flagged and they're like, oh yeah, fuck him.
Prospector input engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Where are you at, little buddy? That's comforting. I feel better then, knowing that it's not just me. I always wonder because like we have one dude in our Discord chat who like just constantly raves about fucking concierge support and how like literally anything he wants to get they'll hook him up with. And like I don't even think he's that high in terms of like concierge. Like he probably has like maybe 4,000 spent. And I'm like, how is your experience so vastly different from everybody else I know? Like I don't know if like he's just lying or what the deal is. It's really confusing. But it seems like such a weird thing to fucking like lie about in my Discord of all places too.
Asteroid scan complete.
Oh yeah, yeah, same Riddick. I haven't had a request get granted in fucking basically almost forever. The last time they did something that was like out of the way concierge for me was like way back when I think Rebecca still worked there. And Asme was like a support assistant still. Like she was just like a regular concierge. She wasn't running it yet. And it was during the warden sale. That was the last time that like they did something for me where it was like an absurd request, right? And I was like, hey, I would like to buy the warden variants. Like I wasn't around. And they're like, yeah, no problem. Here you go. I think that was the last time. I can't remember anything else in terms of buy requests. Which, like, I didn't fucking really spend a whole lot of money on Star Citizen back then. So, like, it was a big ask to me back then. But, you know, like, I knew people who asked for, like, some insane shit and granted it. Oh, it's deleted. I'm not even paying attention to that. Yeah, Riddick. I don't know what, dude. Getting rid of the fucking Wing Commander pack was such a fucking dick move. And the thing is, what's the one? It's not Dominus. Fuck. It's like 16k now instead of the 10k. And it's such a shitty fucking pack. Like, the Wing Commander one was already, like, really pushing it on being worth it. But it was one of those things like, how bad do you want the 890 and the Idris M? Excuse me. Another like, oh yeah, fuck you, concierge man. I think my total is somewhere around like 37. Yeah, like my account is at Legatus. Hello, Scary Rock. Please go away. At least we're both equally unloved, Riddick. We can share that together, right? Bastard redheaded stepchild, Legatus unite. No problem, Dissonant. You have a great night, man. Thanks for hanging out. Well, back in the old times, CIG was caught tagging accounts with different tags in their Zendesk. So they changed their Zendesk around and hid it so you couldn't see the tags anymore. But, you know, a lot of people kind of speculate that the behavior didn't stop. They just hid that they were doing it. So depending on who you are, what you say about the project, where you say it, it's entirely possible that you're basically in the bastard bin for support tickets, whether you're concierge or not. Because that's what any good, mature company does, right? 29. Yeah, we'll take that.
Asteroid scan complete.
You guys are still working, right? Right? Right, Limpets? Hopefully. Yes. Do work, my little robot slaves.
Collector limpet expired.
Oh no. What are we leaving behind? Let's see. Eh. We do have 2 that are still out, I think, right? Oh well. Moving on.
Asteroid depleted. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone. Programming limpet drone.
Yeah, that's how I hit 30. I'd kind of just stop. It wasn't worth like putting money. Like there was nothing to want. And I had a bunch of the original like old school Explorer packs that were worth really good money after CIG decided to be cocksuckers about the Carrack. So yeah, I just started selling those at cost, and that bumped me up. I think from 27 to 30. Hitting F4 to turn off the fucking camera. I really wish Elite would fucking make a fucking external camera suite that was half as good as Star Citizen's. That bit I definitely miss every time I fucking play this game. I'm like, fuck, man, the camera is fucking horrible. Camera controls in Star Citizen are just so much fucking nicer. Yeah, we'll hit that. Yeah, the whole limited sale shit is fucking stupid. I've always hated that. It's such a fucking blatant FOMO fucking shitty marketing technique. And I love how they fucking just non-stop get applauded for it by certain parts of the community. Like, oh, it's to maintain ship numbers. CIG cares about that, you know? They're trying to keep balance in the universe. Okay. Yeah, dude, totally. That's what it is. I think what a lot of guys do is we'll use like a gamepad or some shit like that to bind up like certain buttons for camera controls. Or if you have like a HOTAS and shit, you can just bind it to like a hold down click and then use a hat. But for mouse and keyboard, yeah, I mean, it's not ideal, but the thing with Star Citizens is like you can just hit F4, set up where you want your camera perspectives, and then actually save them. And then quick call them all to like whatever you want it to be. You don't have to sit here and like go into the external camera and like re-detach it and then move it everywhere and all this other bullshit. Like, you know, third person camera is saved in Star Citizen, which is super nice.
Prospector input engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector input failed.
Yeah, fuck it. I keep thinking about trying to pick up a CCU for the Holly off of Gray Market. I'm like, that shit won't get in till fucking forever from now. So I'm just kind of like waiting to see what happens with the cargo refactor,
Asteroid scan complete.
and then I'll kind of decide. Because by then we'll have the Hull C, and we'll see if it's even going to be worth it to have a Hull E. They've got LTI options for Hull Ds, so I'm kind of just waiting to see if it's worth it, and like I actually think getting an E would be worth that much trouble. Maybe I'll go that route, but like right now I'm like, well, I don't even know. Like at this point, every ship that I get excited for and like want to be good ends up sucking a fat dick, so I think I'm just gonna go ahead and wait. Wait and see how CIG fucking burns it into the fucking ground before I bother caring about it. Yeah, I agree. A detached camera would be really fucking dope for Star Citizen. I would love to have that. Oh god, dude, I don't even remember anymore. It's up there though. What is it, like 6 something? I want to say. Nope, my bad. It's at 750 now. Yeah, that's it's gonna be a lot to be useless. Yeah, that would be my issue with buying a whole C too, or not a C, but an E. Like, I don't mind paying over what the melt value is, but I'm not gonna pay what CIG's priced it for, right? So, like, if I couldn't find a CCU for under that, then fucking suck a dick. I don't care about getting an E that bad.
Collector input expired. Programming input drill.
Well, the problem is, like, you can't CCU chain it, at least not to the E, and the only way to get an E off a CCU is to get one from, like, the olden times before CIG went fucking money hungry full tilt, no restraint, and locked it out as a limited haul. Yep. So you have to get, like, one of the legacy CCUs from before then. Yeah, I think the D is the biggest you can still CCU to, or get CCUs for. I hope so. I think it's fucking stupid that they hull limit that shit. Just like the A2 was hull limited too. I don't know, like, what the deal is. Like, if you're just trying to drive FOMO for people to buy the standalones or what.
Prospector input engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector input failed.
Yeah, the fucking reworked Vandal ships will come totally someday. That's such a shitty thing to do too, because the Vandal ships are all fucking absolute garbage and have been forever, and they don't fucking fix any of them. But then they're like, oh, you know, we're not going to fix them because they've been reworked for Squadron 42. And it's like, okay, cool. So is there a reason we can't have them now? Like, everybody's had these ships for fucking years. Somehow that didn't spoil and ruin Squadron 42. So what's the fucking issue? Like, you can't let people who own those ships have the fucking fixed versions? Yeah? Cool, man. Thanks for not spoiling Squadron 42 for me. I didn't want those dirty fuckers to have their ship they paid for.
Collector input expired. Asteroid depleted.
Yeah, drop it, right? Like, oh yeah, the story will be ruined for me if I see the interior of an Idris. Oh god. Even though that's been out there for fucking ever. Yeah, we wouldn't want that, would we? Fucking such a bullshit fucking excuse. I think the only thing more insane than them saying that is backers defending it. Like, no, dude, that's clearly not why you don't have your Idris. Yeah, Droplet, it's that kind of bullshit that like really fucking tilts me with CIG and the people who like defend those excuses. Like that's clearly not the issue. Why can't you just be big kids and say we can't let you have your Javelin and your Idris because it will break the fucking servers. Our bad, oopsies. But no, they have to fucking lie and hide it behind, oh, the spoilers. You know, if you see a ship interior, it will spoil Squadron 42 for you. Yep. 100% Droplet. It's fucking crazy. It's actually fucking crazy. It's always like amusing because like they call you like delusional and fucking unstable and all this other bullshit for fucking daring to criticize stuff like that. It's like, okay, buddy. Yeah. I see projecting is something you do not partake in, eh? Wink.
Prospect Olympiad.
Yeah, I mean, that's another great point too, Drop, is like they're allowed to call you whatever the fuck they want.
Asteroids.
Moderators won't say a fucking thing. As soon as you call a fucking batshit crazy white knight out, even if you like phrase it gently, you get in trouble for it. It's like, yeah, cool, man. Balanced in all things, eh? Way to show no bias there, CIG mod team. Fucking dudes like Knight Rider, the fucking worst of it too.
Collect Olympiad expired.
I think it just sucks because like I was stupid and actually like kind of held out some hope that when the purple mods got kicked off of fucking Spectrum, the bias and moderation was gonna kind of like thin out and get more impartial, and that didn't happen at all.
Asteroid depleted.
Yeah, no, the servers are totally stable for sure. I mean, it's it's hope inspiring that we might see that continue with 317, hopefully. Although like what they said about 315 and 316, like why they decided to port features into 315, makes me a little worried that it's not something they're going to be able to competently repeat. But you know, I guess we'll see.
Engaged.
But yeah, I mean, I'm hopeful that this continues. It'd be fucking great. Star Citizen definitely fucking needs it. I mean, I think we still see issues with like servers, at least like full pop servers behaving weirdly after a while. You know, you start getting like weird stuff with like elevators not working still, missions not spawning correctly, AI acting kind of weird, shit like that. But like the fact that the server doesn't just randomly crash and fuck you is such a huge improvement. That I'm kind of like willing to gloss over the other shit for now. Yeah, like that's the amusing part, Atlas, is the fact that they don't know like why 315 was so great isn't, you know, it doesn't give you a lot of confidence that it's a trend that's going to continue. Hopefully they're putting their top guys on figuring out what exactly is causing it. Yeah, absolutely droplet, right? Like, you know, I wouldn't mind being on PTU where, you're given a huge credit pool and access, or at least back in the day, access to damn near every ship out there, whether you owned it or not. Um, and going on there specifically for the purpose of testing and trying to find out like what's broken and what can be fixed. And, you know, in an environment like that, it's fine to expect that the servers are going to just randomly fucking tank or whatever, right? Like, you don't have any attachment or care. But when it's on the PU and the servers are never stable, like, I feel like that's a little less forgivable. Like, there's expectations in that environment versus on the PTU. On the PTU, it's like, you know what? Fuck it, whatever. Like, anytime a patch is terrible on the PTU, I just sit here and I'm like, man, I sure hope this gets fucking fixed before it goes to live. Plus, then you have an option, right? Like, oh, I'm tired of fucking dealing with Star Citizen's bullshit. I'll go to the stable branch. Of course, the issue is in Star Citizen, it isn't always a case of testing branch, stable branch, and more like PTU branch and PTU patch we sent to live branch, and that's it. Right? Yeah. It's alpha, so it's okay. You say something about the patch being bad, and like 50 fucking dudes in the server will tell you, well, we're here to test. We're here to test the game. We're testers. We're here to contribute to the alpha. And it's like, oh my god, fuck off. I'm not here to fucking pay to test. Or they'll be like, go make an issue council report if it's such an issue. And then you'll fucking pull up the issue council and there's fucking 50 reports of it. And you can be damn sure that there were reports of it back when it was on Evocati NDA build too. But you know, make sure you don't complain about it in chat and go make an issue council report. So it can be buried out there and you can feel like your criticism was valid. No. Was appropriately noted. Hey DJ, I'm doing pretty good, man. Just fucking around. I haven't even looked at my fucking cargo, actually. I'm doing okay. Just out here breaking big rocks into little tiny bitty baby rocks. I've been too lazy to like re-download all of my farm sim mods after I had to reformat my fucking computer the other day, so kind of just slumming it the last couple days. Yeah, it's dual streamed, Atlas. Usually whenever I stream, it's dual stream, but I don't really give Twitch any kind of like extra effort or love, so it's pretty barren over there. I would definitely call YouTube like my actual home. for the channel. Yeah, it's just fucking crazy that, you know, they literally have like essentially night vision in the game, but refuse to like actually add it to the game. Frustrating too because like, um, you know, people have been asking for like a landing camera for ages, right? And they're like, oh, well, you know, it's really hard to do on procedurally generated planets and stuff like that. You know, it's very involved process and all this other shit. But you know, they can have that ping map out everything underneath you, no problem. Elite can do it with actual like insane amounts of procedurally generated moons and planets, no problem. It's just so fucking. It's like, okay, why not say like you just either don't care or can't figure it out? Let's go with one of those two things.
Collector input expired. Programming input drill. Programming input drill. Programming input drill.
I mean, that's kind of like what's frustrating about seeing the new ping mode nuclear is like it literally it literally highlights the planet surface when it's dark in a night vision essentially mode and displays all the terrain, which is literally all you would want. It's just a toggle to be able to fucking see the terrain at night on the dark side of all the moons and planets. Like, not asking for anything crazy, just literally that. Give me a switch to do that. Yep, exactly, DJ. And I mean, that's why people were like frustrated and wanted a landing camera back, right? Well, wanted a landing camera is because they were wanting the feature back that we, you know, lost.
Collector input expired. Programming input drill. Popsicles input failed.
I mean, at this point, I wouldn't even be surprised if that was an excuse he gave us. It's like the most convenient hand wave ever. You can just be like, oh yeah, they don't have that tech because rogue night vision AI overthrew the emperor and fucking raped the princess. So yeah, you know, it's strictly banned. Yep, yep. That's it. Darn future where we have backwards tech. Ah, crud.
Popsicles input failed.
Yeah, you can. Essentially, what everybody just does is goes into third person and uses that as a landing camera. It's just fucking irritating. Especially in a game where they fucking peddle every fucking terrible design decision as the reasoning being immersion and oh, Star Citizen so immersive, and it's like, okay, let me hit F4 and go third person to land.
Programming input drill. Programming input drill. Programming input
Yeah, I got really lucky and got pretty much every car I wanted off of either spins or um, selling shit I didn't want and just having enough to buy out auctions. And then nobody else played with me, so I was like, okay, well, I guess I'm done with Forza. I mean, I kind of like Forza isn't normally a game I would play. I kind of like got jebaited into that by outside influences, and it's one of those games where I'm like, I'm gonna buy this to play with people, and then they're not gonna play it, and then I'm gonna be like, oh look, that was worth it. Although I think Forza was one of the first games in a long time I just game passed it, so at least I didn't waste $50 on it. I'm getting better now. I'm getting better at spotting when somebody asks me to play a game that they're not going to actually play with me, and I'm like, ah, no, sir. So now when there's a Game Pass or an EA Play or whatever the fuck option, I'm like, yep, $5. That's worth a couple days. Uh oh. Uh oh. Uh oh. Elite's gone wonky. That's new. It's very new. Oh god, I don't even get menus with escape. See here. First I was like, oh fuck, maybe my graphics card's going. It didn't seem to be that. Well, I guess we're Alt F4 on that. Yeah, that's a weird one. I've never seen anything like that with Elite. Hmm. Oh man. Oh, fuck. Let's see here. Yeah, that's the one nice thing that you know. Before I played Elite, I didn't really have any higher or different expectations of Star Citizen. But then after playing Elite, it was like, man, you really take for granted how fucking convenient it is to be able to like literally just close the game wherever the fuck you are and then open it right back up and god, I wonder where I'm going to be. Oh, right where I fucking exited? Crazy. Hey, Drop It. Thanks so much for the follow, man. I appreciate it. That was a weird one, man. I think like at the heart of it, yeah. Like if you don't have a hardcore preference towards Star Citizen's like ship handling, which again is kind of an issue of scale also though. Like if I go out and fly a ship launched fighter, I don't mind how Elite flies. Because it feels comparable to like the Star Citizen experience. And even like the Sidewinder and the Eagle and stuff like that, right? So I think it's more of a scale issue than it is like necessarily a flight model issue with Elite. But say you can get over that, right? Like in terms of like actual features, like I think Elite is the superior game. It's just really hard to be a fan of Elite because Frontier is so fixated on just making dumb decisions, and it makes it really hard to want to get involved in Elite. Like I'm never gonna fucking play an open because I'm never gonna fucking engineer grind, right? Like if they gutted engineering, I would 100% play Elite and open and play like way fucking more. But I'm never gonna sit there and play Elite and open where I have to worry about like, oh yeah, am I gonna run into some fucking try-hard retard who's literally devoted his entire life to like full top tier engineering a fucking griefing boat while I'm fucking around in my A-rated components with no engineering? Nah, probably not. So it's just really frustrating that like Frontier like always seems to make these weird decisions that aren't for the betterment of the game. And then like adding engineering to FPS combat. Okay, congratulations. You just ensured that I will never want to do FPS combat. Like I know at least me and Move Speed, like when we were talking about Odyssey as it was like coming up to launch and before like we knew everything. We were like, well, I mean, we could go back to Elite. Like, we like mining in Elite. It's genuinely fun. So we could go mining, and then when the FPS combat comes out, like, that could be really cool. Like, the kind of missions and gameplay they're talking about sound fun. So we could do that for gameplay, right? And then they were like, aha, engineered fucking FPS components and guns and weapons and all this other dumb shit. And it's like, okay, well, never mind. This sounds like absolute cancer. You're literally taking the thing that everybody hates most about, like, your space game and for some insane reason tacking it onto your brand new FPS game. Like, what? Why? Why are you doing that? Yeah, fuck off. Oh, Fed security. Fuck off anyways. I don't want to do it, man. There's no reason that I should have to do it. I should not need to go out and grind fucking a ship and the money to get A-rated components and then also have to go grind an absurd amount of fucking engineering components to fucking make my ship viable and open. Or at least, like, where I'm competing on a fair, like, playing scale. That's fucking stupid, man. It's such a fucking terrible fucking system. No, that's a fucking terrible fucking system. over grinding should never be what makes you better than somebody else. That's fucking dumb.
Asteroid scan complete.
Learning to play better should be the advantage. Not, yeah, I fucking know life and sit around collecting shit and taking advantage of insert fucking system before FDev finds it and all this other dumb shit. Like, that's such a fucking shitty way to play. That's why nobody fucking ever wants to fucking play in open. It would be fine to say, okay, engineering is a system where you have to fucking get rep with these people. Fucking bitch. Get rep with these people, research the engineering product, and then once you have it, you can just freely apply it to any fucking component. That would be one thing, but like having to literally go out and engineer every single fucking thing, fuck that. Like if they had it like the Guardian module system, I wouldn't care. I would have zero issue with engineering. It would be annoying to have to do it one time, but you do it one time and you're fucking done.
Programming linked drone.
Yeah, but I don't play a fucking video game to work, right? Like, this is literally the argument that's gotten every hardcore game killed is, oh yeah, you know, fucking just put the time in, it's fine. People want that. And devs make the mistake of listening and then games die. Oh, I definitely want to have a second job playing a fucking video game, for sure. This is literally why, like, everybody I know doesn't play Destiny anymore. Nobody wants to fucking get on and have to go through, like, a laundry list of things they have to do every single day in order to stay relevant. Fuck that. I mean, I'm by no means saying that grinding in Star Citizen is good. That doesn't make Elites better. That Star Citizens is bad also.
Collector input expired.
Why you suicide, little guy?
Programming linked drone. Programming linked drone.
I mean, there's a whole host of fucking issues with credits in Elite. I mean, Elite constantly gets these huge credit fountains, and FDev doesn't roll back or remove or audit that shit at all, so you get huge inflation from that. Then they come up with, like, insane credit sinks, like, oh yeah, here's carriers, where the cost is fucking astronomical as fucking, it's meant to be a credit sink so that we can kind of fix that. But, like, credits don't fucking matter. You can't trade them with anybody. All you're doing is saying, oh yeah, we don't want you to have that much money because we don't want you to have that much money. Like, all of FDev shit just shows how much they neglect the game. They're just way the fuck out of touch with, like, literally everything about their game.
Asteroid scan complete. Prospector input failed. Prospector input engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector input failed. Prospector input engaged. Prospector input failed. Asteroid scan complete. Prospector input engaged.
Yeah, the issue is, though, you're making a hard stat wall in terms of, like, take two people who are of equal skill and put them together. One has engineering and one who doesn't. Who's gonna fucking win? The dude who's engineered. Like, that's... I don't know anything that's more discouraging to, like, wanting people to play an open where they can be attacked by other people at random, or wanting to encourage PvP, or wanting to encourage the faction warfare stuff, or anything like that. Like, you're literally adding the biggest stamp on it that says, hey, it's experiences may vary very wildly. No big deal. Like, that's not something that draws people into wanting to PvP. Yeah, that's a stupid fucking argument. That's fucking terrible. Eve is a fucking atrocious fucking example. They even know it's a fucking problem, so they monetize fucking skill buying. Eve just exasperates the fucking issue. Eve, you again have to deal with your fucking tier 1 versus tier 2 or whatever. Then you also have to deal with the skill difference, and then you also have to deal with, like, the component difference, and then also the skill level of the actual player. Like, it's such a fucking monumental fucking difference between, like, what you're experiencing. It's never a fair fight if you're a fucking new player. That's why people just blob together in those fucking megacorps. Fuck no. Fuck, I'm not gonna PvP an elite. Fuck that. I would sooner fucking take my computer, plug it into the wall, and throw it in my bathtub with me. Fuck that. I have absolutely zero fucking interest in fucking PvP in an elite. It's the same shit with, like, why Call of Duty and Battlefield and all those fucking games, like, went downhill. Like, way back when they were originally good, you know, when everybody's like, oh man, it was great back then, it was great back then. Like, you didn't go into a lobby where somebody who no-lifed the fuck out of Battlefield also had way better equipment, way better consumables, whatever than you. You were all essentially equal by your kit, and the person who spent the time to get better at the game, or naturally was better, whatever, was the one who was gonna fucking come out on top, not the one who bought the fucking super mega pistol max pack and fucking also unlocked all the fucking shit because they're actually like a fucking 14-year-old kid who plays nonstop. Like, putting in a stat difference that is hardcore gated at time commitment is a fucking terrible idea. I mean, you said you recently got into SC, right? That's a huge part of why SC combat is fucking terrible. Star Citizen's combat's been fucked since 3.4, which was what, 2 years ago, 3 years ago? Nobody plays a video game to mimic their real life issues, though. That's literally what makes gaming gaming. People play video games to have fun. Yeah, absolutely, Nick. Like, the only thing I've ever engineered in Elite Dangerous is the fucking frame shift drives. And that's it, because it makes a huge difference on fucking going places. I mean, pay to win is definitely an issue in Star Citizen, for sure. There's a difference between being like, oh yeah, I play video games for Sims, you know, and being like, oh yeah, I play video games to sim like, oh, I'm actually broke in real life and my leg doesn't work, so I better fucking not be able to walk straight in my fucking in-game character because I want to sim that too. Everything is real life in video game. Like that's fucking silly. That's fucking absurd. That's such a huge stretch, man. And I mean, like, you know, Elite's free to keep their fucking engineering stuff, and I'm sure Open will continue to be the ghost town of cancer that it is. Like, people play in Open realize that the fucking deck is stacked, and then they play in private. It's why the fucking Galactic Battle Sim bullshit is all fucked, because nobody wants to play that shit in Open. I can say with 100% certainty that every person that I know who like plays Elite does not play Open because of engineering. And every single one of them, I would bet money on, would also agree that if Elite did not have private sessions or offline, they wouldn't even play the game. Yeah, I just think it's a terrible approach to sit there and say like, oh well, I have more like, hey, guess what? I'm retired, so I can literally spend all day no life in a fucking video game, so I should automatically have a better fucking advantage than anybody who can only play casually because they have a job in real life. That's fucking such a shitty fucking take. Like, I would want anybody else playing the game to have the same fair shot at killing me that I have at them. But, you know, FDev evidently doesn't agree. They think engineering is a great system, and as a result, Elite is the booming metropolis of space players that it is. That's unfortunately very true, Hilo. I think it's also kind of like hypocritical too of like that side of elite player that is always like, oh well, you know, it's not meant to be a grind. Don't burn yourself out on it. Take your time. You know, don't worry about it. But then you're also like, oh, but also engineering is a thing, and you know, the only effective way to catch up to other people is to grind and be miserable and get your way through it. No, they're totally different. Star Citizen is totally different than engineering. Like they're not even comparable things. Like first of all, Star Citizen used to be way more pay to win back when you didn't have other types of components to put into ships. Now like nothing comes stock best in slot. So it doesn't matter. You have to fucking unlock fucking whatever is actually good, and it changes patch by patch. So fucking that's kind of a mute point to chase anyways. Two, Star Citizen added ship rentals, so you really don't have to go out and spend real money to get whatever ship. You can sit around, make some fucking side change, and then rent whatever the meta ship is pretty easily. Like spending that kind of money isn't at all necessary. I think Star Citizen definitely still has huge pay to win concerns, especially for a release game if that ever fucking actually happens. For sure that. But like comparing Star Citizen's issues to Engineering Elite is fucking not even comparable.
Prospect limpets engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, I agree, William. The cutter is definitely not my favorite for mining. It's just easy to outfit for mining and then like leave it out in a ring for days and days. And I mean, again, like the sport analogy doesn't really that you're. I feel like the sport analogy only like lends credence to my side of it. Like, I mean, yeah, there's gonna be an issue where like, oh, some people are just born more athletic, but like the idea of a sport is you put in the time and you get better, and you're playing on the same more or less field that somebody else is. Like, unfortunately, like we aren't all born equal. That's unfortunately just a fact. But video games aren't real life. Like, that's kind of the whole idea of why people play video games. Like, video games are a method of escape, like cinema. I don't go watch Mission Impossible so I can figure out how to jump out of a helicopter onto a fucking mini bike and then, you know, ride it down the fucking Eiffel Tower. I mean, it's not really a less boring loop. It's you're doing the same thing. You just go into fucking a ton of different jumps across the fucking galaxy to fucking farm X mat from a different fucking spot. Like, it's not. The only real difference there is that Star Citizen doesn't have other solar systems to go to grind for insert thing. Like, that's like saying, oh, well, I'm doing bounty missions around Yella, but then doing bounty missions over at Hurston is different. They're both just bounty missions. Like, I don't really think that's accurate either.
Programming limpet drone.
I mean, it's fine to enjoy grinding. Like I said, like Farming Sim is probably like my favorite game right now. But it's different when you have a competitive. It would be like starting a Farming Sim server up and being like, okay, I get 10 million because I played this game a lot, and you start with 1 million. Don't worry, if you put in the time, you can get to where I'm at too. Like, I wouldn't ever want to play on that server. Fuck that. Like, if you're actually playing in a competitive environment, I would want to be on the same footing that other people are, or have a realistic chance of fucking catching up to them, right? And I mean, if Frontier wants to fluff the people who think that like spending all day every week fucking grinding engineering mats is great, but also actually promoting a fucking balanced PvP environment, let people fucking sell engineering mats. Like I mean, you know, to each their own. I don't have a problem with Elite staying the way it is because, like I said, I can play in private, so I don't really care. It doesn't affect me. But like, I can say for certain I would never ever fucking play in open with engineering being what it is. Right, and I mean that's really the huge issue that I have with it, Nick. Like, I don't want to fucking go into a PvP game where I'm just at a massive disadvantage because, oh, sorry, I don't know Life Elite. I don't sit there and do the materials grind and all this other shit. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there are people who play on those kind of game servers like Ark, right? And they're doing it in mega tribes. Nobody fucking plays on them if they're not in a mega tribe. All of those servers are all fucking owned by mega tribes. Mega tribes own like multiple servers because they add server transferring in Ark. So that's a fucking great example of just how fucking cancerous it is to fucking get into it. The only reason Ark ever stayed afloat is because of privately run servers, where every server I know of regularly has wipes or some other way to like manage how established players interact with new players. So you literally get into the same paradox that Eve is, where new players are just herded into as like cattle for the big mega tribe. Hey Mosquito, how's it going, man?
Prospector input engaged.
I mean, I like Ark too. I play the fuck out of it, but I don't play it on fucking vanilla. That's for fucking sure.
Asteroid depleted.
Yeah, Conan's another great example. Like fucking super great game. Lots of fun. If you're playing on a private server where you know people who you're playing with or they're established rules that are actually enforced, but I would never ever fucking play it on an official server. I'm on the Odyssey client.
Prospector input engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, the problem with that though is like there's no survivable way Star Citizen could say, oh yeah, it's gonna take you a year to go from, you know, an aurora to a constellation and not be absolutely butchered for being pay to win. Because we start like year-long time gating people in a game where people can spend real money to skip that, you're gonna fucking, the fallout would be so fucking insane it would just literally break the internet, or at least the gaming internet.
Asteroid scan complete.
Yeah, it's kind of the unfortunate Pandora's box that Chris opened with doing real money ship sales shit. Much as I wish it had only ever been cosmetics, that would have created a much healthier Star Citizen.
Asteroid depleted.
Nope, I don't, because I don't do ranked. I have zero desire to jump into fucking competitive World of Warships. Fuck that. I'm totally good getting my fill of cancer and random for a little bit and then going on and playing other games. I literally jump on World of Warships to get like nostalgia for World War II naval combat, and then I'm like, oh, yep, okay, well, this is fun. Bye. Yeah, I've done subsurface and deep core before, Mosquito. I mean, it's the same thing with like Research Bureau and putting fucking absurdly fucking good ships behind that bullshit fucking grind. It's a fucking terrible system. Nobody fucking likes it. The only people who are like, yeah, Research Bureau's okay, are all the people who fucking literally no life stream World of Warships. I mean, that's like saying it's a shame that, you know, you can get Enterprise through crates. Like, oh man, darn, other people can have what I have? Like, I don't know. That whole fucking game has so many balance problems I don't even fucking care. Like, World of Warships can do whatever it fucking wants. It's literally so far beyond what I give a fuck about. I think World of Warships definitely has like a valid reason to like slow progress people into getting into higher tiers because the idea is like you need to understand and like be able to function under like the fundamentals of the game by the time you hit tier 10 because everything is so much more lethal, ranges are so much fucking longer, like there's just so much more going on, and if you don't understand the fundamentals then you're literally just taking up a slot on a team. But like locking specific ships behind cancerous fucking grinding is fucking terrible, especially when those ships are like top performers and shit like Stalingrad. Fucking Petro, thank fuck, isn't any of that shit.
Collector limpet expired. Programming limpet drill. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Programming limpet drill. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Programming limpet drill. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged. Programming limpet drill. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect limpet failed. Prospect limpet engaged.
A-Knight and Platinum. Okay.
Asteroid scan complete.
I mean, I know like maybe 5 people who play Elite full time. Or not full time, but like enough to be more than just casual. And that's pretty much it. Like everybody else I know is like, oh yeah, I tried playing it and it seems fucking miserable. Or, oh yeah, I played it for a while but the grind sucks. Or, oh, I played it for a while and engineering is fucking cancer.
Programming limpet drill. Programming limpet drill. Programming limpet drill.
I don't think either game really needs like somebody else to play with. I think it's more enjoyable when like for breaking up like monotony and boredom for both games, but like I've never had any time in Star Citizen been like, oh man, I need another person. Like 900% of the time, I play by myself. The only time I ever play with anybody is if they see me playing and they're like, hey, want to do something? And I'm like, oh, yeah, I guess. Like, I can't think of anything in Star Citizen that requires another person. Yeah, the only thing I can like really think of is like if you want to fly a ship that has multi-crew like baked into it, like a Redeemer or Retaliator, kind of. Not even that, really. Fuck, dude, I've never had somebody gun a Retaliator ever. Hurricane. But outside of that, like in terms of like actually playing the game, I can't think of a time I've ever like been like, oh shit, I need a person. No. Like 90% of people who do the mole do it solo. Just fly up to the rock, get out and jump down the ladder and do the fucking front turret solo. And the only reason to do that was back when the mole had a bigger mining turret than the prospector. Pretty sure they're both size 2 now, so that's fucking pointless. And even then, like, having one person in a prospector and then like, or having 2 people in prospectors versus 2 people in moles is in one mole. The prospector's definitely more efficient. I mean, it's bigger cargo in terms of like it holds more, but that really doesn't mean anything when jumping back to a refinery is like fucking 5 minutes. That's to say nothing of how fucking terrible the fuel is in the mole. Yeah, I'm sure we'll see the Orion soon. We'll see Orion circa 2030. Yeah, but like you don't need to PvP in Star Citizen is the issue. Like, I wouldn't say that it's impossible to play SC without a group though. Like, there's no PvP that's meaningful in Star Citizen. There's no reason to PvP at all. I think both games are entirely playable solo. It just gets lonely as fuck. Like at that point, it's like, okay, well, if I'm gonna play a solo fucking space game, like there's better ones than these two.
Prospect input engaged. Asteroid scan complete. Prospect input failed. Prospect input engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
I mean, engineering in Star Citizen would require so many other systems working. There's no chance of that any fucking time soon. Same thing with blades. That shit's not happening anytime soon. Those are things I'll think of when my kids are having grandkids.
Prospect input failed. Prospect input engaged. Asteroid scan complete.
And it's definitely nowhere near being a game yet, that's for fucking sure. There's like a wireframe of a fucking idea of a game. And that's pretty much it. And they still haven't finished putting that together. You guys, just sleeping on the job there? Oh, they're all inside the rock? Or no? No. Weird, man. Yeah, Leonard. It's fucking definitely got a long time, for sure. I definitely wouldn't sit around and hold my breath for anything Star Citizen related, that's for fucking sure. As much as I would love to see what a complete Star Citizen looks like, I don't think that's going to be anytime soon. I mean, I'm all for it, and, you know, I'll celebrate it if they get there, but I just don't think it's going to be any fucking time soon. There are a lot of very passionate White Knight backers on Spectrum that are never going to live to see it, and I think that's probably one of the biggest ironies. Maybe that's for the better, though, you know? That way they'll never live to be disappointed with Chris's dream. The finished product can come out, be underwhelming, be depressing, and they won't have to suffer through, you know, having people say, I told you so, because they'll be playing the Star Citizen up in the sky. Oh no, it's snowing again. Why do you do this to us? It is. It's always when you work. Why do you do this? Just quit your job so we don't have to get snow anymore. Yeah, Izzy. Tell Mama. No more working. No more snow. Like, you know what? The fuck I do. You feed me when I want it. Now I wish I had gone grocery shopping yesterday. Oh man. 5-10%. Alright. I think that's gonna be the last rock we do. But yeah, I'm fat and you can help with that. More food. Yeah, make her pay for her meal ticket. I mean, I won't even pretend to be an authority figure on Odyssey because it looks fucking terrible, and every time I look into playing it, I'm like, nope, This is fucking stupid. So, I really couldn't say. Every time I try to play it, I'm like, I would rather play Star Citizen FPS than this crap. So, yeah, I don't know. To me, it's not worth it. I think the shields are fucking stupid. I think the way that they have damage, like, oh yeah, use laser weapons to knock down the shield and then switch over to your kinetic to kill them. That's fucking stupid. I think adding engineering to suits and weapons is fucking extra stupid. I think having weapons be fixed with what attachments they have is extra fucking stupid. Like, oh yeah, you added a silencer on this gun? Well, you can never take it off, because that's how guns work. Oh, that scope? Yeah, we welded it. Like, just fucking dumb. We have natural gas, Fairy. I would love to have a wood-burning stove, but I always think I would love to have a wood-burning stove again. But then, like, having to stockpile logs and shit before winter is fucking not fun. You either cut up your own shit or, you know, you have to run around and fucking ask people who have trees down if they fucking mind you stealing it. Shit like that. Just seems kind of a pain in the ass. That and having to re-fucking add logs at 3 in the morning and fucking, well, I would say a foot and a half of snow, but we haven't had snow in fucking forever. So, well, we've had snow, but not like a real winter snow, which is crazy. It is. I'm gonna take it up there. They don't come until like fucking 8 o'clock. Yep, I guess. Whatever you want to do. All right, guys. I'm gonna jump off here. I need to go get the trash dragged all the way out to the road and snow, which is not fun, but whatever. And also go grocery shopping and then go to bed so I can get up in time to make Heather dinner before she goes to work. So, with that, I'll probably be back doing some more mining, or maybe I'll fucking force myself to try to give Odyssey a fair chance later tonight. We'll see. Heather will be working, so I'll be bored at home alone. So, I'll have to come up with something to do. Honestly, like, I didn't really. It would have been cool to have ship interiors for sure. It would have added, I feel like, more scale. Especially when you have, like, you know, actual ship interiors already. Like, you guys couldn't even, like, let us move around inside of the interiors that we do have. That seems weird to me, you know? Like, why? Why not? You know, it bugs the fuck out of me that they wouldn't let us do that even. But yeah, just in general, like, the on-foot gameplay felt so fucking terrible that, like, whether they had added interiors or not, I don't think I would play Odyssey. It seems so fucking convolutedly stupid, and the fact that they tried to basically just copy paste their space game to the ground just perplexes the fuck out of me. Like, it's cool if Atlas likes engineering, but, like, it's the most cancerous fucking thing. It's hands down the biggest thing that makes me stop playing Elite every time I get back into Elite. I'm like, oh, you know what, maybe I'll do engineering, and then I start and I'm like, fuck this stupid fucking game. Nope. And then I inevitably uninstall Elite and don't touch it again for another year. So, yeah. Alright, I do need to get off before she fucking does everything and then talk shit for ages because I didn't do it. So, with that, you guys have a great night. Or morning. Probably morning for most people at this point. I don't think it's night for anybody at this point. Huh. Yeah, I should probably learn to keep track of time a little better. And yeah, I'll see you guys later tonight, my time. Have a good one.